Hi everyone, this is Robert and welcome to IDG Live. This is a pre-recorded live stream, but I have uploaded it as a premiere on YouTube, so hopefully you should still be able to be watching this live with the chat there, and I will give an early thank you to moderators. Moderators, you are wonderful. I hugely appreciate what you do, and if you are there already in the chat, please do give them a little bit of love. Okay, so today what we're going to be doing is we're carrying on our series of videos looking at mysteries in the world of Ice and Fire, and we've done a few kind of mysterious places, and so this time we're going to do the Sorrows. Now, the Sorrows is a place it doesn't appear, it sort of tangentially does, but doesn't appear in the TV show. It only really appears for one chapter in the books, and yet it's still got this kind of aura about it. And there are so many things that come from there that impact on the story much more widely. We will get onto them as we're working our way through this. But as usual, what I've got some questions from my patrons. I'll work my way through, but I will start by giving the background, the history, because this wasn't always called the Sorrows. This used to be a city called Troy Rain, and this was a city in the Upper Rhoyne. Above there's Dagger Lake, which is this huge lake about halfway down the River Rhoyne. The River Rhoyne being the biggest and widest river in the known world. And this city, it was known as the Festival City, and this was the heart, really, of the Rhoynar people and their culture. Now, we know them a little bit because you'll know that they are one of the three main ethnic groups: the First Men, the Andals, and the Rhoynar, that get name-checked there in the King of the Seven Kingdoms official title. That comes later, though. This is their homeland, and they are people based around the River Rhoyne. This was their culture, they were river people, and they built up cities. Now, we don't know all of the ins and outs of exactly how their sort of civilization worked in terms of these independent city-states. It seems that they probably are, but with a common thread of culture going through. That bit is not very clear. What we do know is that they worshipped the River Rhoyne. They called it Mother Rhoyne, and they clearly had developed some kind of water magic along with this, which we will get onto in just a moment. And they lived at a time which was at the height of the Valyrian freehold. And there was, understandably, as the Valyrians were slowly expanding their empire, basically, large other civilizations and groups of people that were in the way were often going to come in competition with the Valyrians. And they had a number of fights to and fro. The Rhoynish were not the only people who lived on the River Rhoyne. If you go down towards the bottom, you'll find cities like Volantis right at the very base of the river. That was very much a Valyrian outpost, and that Volantis itself had a number of other outposts like Silharis that we run into in the books too. But further up, you get, this was where the Rhoynar were based. And about 1,000 years ago, this kind of tension between these two groups of people, the Valyrians and the Rhoynish, this bubbled over into what became known as the Second Spice War. Now, the Rhoynish gathered together an army under Prince Garin, we're told, and they headed south, down the river, and they took out one city, another city, another city. They were heading towards Volantis. Eventually there was this massive battle, still a little further north than Volantis. The Valyrians started to get engaged in this properly. They had, as well as an army, they had 3 dragons there for this battle, and the Rhoynish defeated them. They killed 3 dragons and started heading further south. Now, the Volantines was then started to get a little bit concerned. This was a big army coming towards, and this was 250,000, we're told. How accurate that is, we don't know. This was 1,000 years ago, but it was a huge army. And the Valyrians took this threat seriously. They had managed to defeat 3 dragons, and so the Valyrians sent 300 dragons back to take them out. Now, understandably, the Valyrians on Dragonback, they won. It does appear to have been quite a significant battle. I'm sure they took down a few of the dragons with these water mages. We're told they do one thing we're told that they did was do these spurts of water up from the river, pushing up, which attacked. They could target dragons and splash them out of the sky. That was the kind of thing that they could do. But it wasn't enough. 300 dragons is 300 dragons. And the Rhoynish were defeated. They were pushed back. And the cities that they had been taken, they were retaken by the Valyrians. And then the Valyrians kept pushing. And they reached Troyrain, which was, as I say, it was the festival city. And this was a city which was not as far as we can tell, not a particularly defensive city. This was a city made for beauty. There's intricate carvings. There's great bridges spanning the river with 3 different levels. You have statues, great huge statues, spiral staircases. We only get images of it now, but it sounds spectacular and beautiful. But the Valyrians just destroyed it. And Garin, Prince Garin, who'd been the head of this army, they wanted to make a spectacle of him. They wanted to show everyone, you can't take on the might of Valyria. And so they put him in this huge gilded cage and took him with them as they went up the river from place to place until they reached Troyrain, and then they hung him there in Troyrain while they were destroying it. And Prince Garin, we're told, he called down a curse upon them, and they laughed at him. What could he do? One man calling down a curse upon the Valyrians. But that night, the waters of the River Rhoyne rose quickly. Fog descended. Dragons, the invaders, died. And also we have the birth of grayscale. Now, we all know about grayscale. We've seen it there in the TV show. It makes appearances in the books. But this seems to be the start of it. And it is known as Garin's curse. And it was immediately, or to start with, it seems to have been focused very much on the Valyrians, which actually is quite interesting because Valyrians, or the Targaryens, certainly when we get to them in the story much later, they have this great pride that Targaryens are different. Being a Valyrian stock, we don't suffer from all of these normal kind of diseases and viruses and things like that. No, we're different and special. However, this clearly does affect them, and we do see those with Valyrian blood do not seem to be immune to Garin's curse, to grayscale in the wider story. So this comes and destroys the Valyrians who were there. However, the damage had been done, and the Rhoynish were pretty much decimated. This is the point where Princess Nymeria gathers together what is left of her people, or most of the rest of her people, those who will come with her, in as many boats as she can, into the river, and then they just sail south, and they go looking for a new home. They realise that there's no hope for them against the dragons. They cannot survive. And so that journey takes a few sort of twists and turns, but that ends up with them pitching up in Dawn. And this is where Nymeria, the legend of Nymeria, comes. There are 1,000 ships, and then she burned the ships when they arrived in Dawn, signifying that's it, we're not going back, we're not going anywhere else, we are staying here. And they married, Nymeria married into the Martell family, and that founded effectively a joint ruling family, who are the ruling family to this day. But that's all sort of to one side. What happens in the Sorrows is that the fog, the mist that had kind of descended, that had settled above the waters of the Rhoyne there, that stayed. And the curse stayed. it obviously spread further. Perhaps some of those who'd been invading had gone back to Valyria. We don't know that, but there's hints, or not hints, but logically there must have been some kind of outbreak going all the way back to Valyria. There must be a story there that we're just not told. But this becomes abandoned as a city. It's destroyed, it's foggy, it's not nice to be around. Eventually, though, legends start to form around this. The Shrouded Lord rules that place, we're told. Who's the Shrouded Lord? Well, we never see him or meet him in the main story, but some say this is Prince Garin himself, ruling on through the ages over his now destroyed city. Some say this is just pirates who just like the name the Shrouded Lord and pass it down generation to generation to a new person, keeping the name the Shrouded Lord. Think Dread Pirate Roberts. That's the idea. Some say that. There are other rumours, some of them more magical than others. But there's this figure, alleged figure, the Shrouded Lord. And people who get grayscale, they started gathering there because this is where everyone with grayscale was, and they slowly turned into stone men. This became a city of statues once more, but living statues, those who have been caught by grayscale. And in the surrounding areas and cities, in Essos, this became something that you would do. If you had an outbreak of grayscale, you would send those who have grayscale up to the Sorrows. You'd send them with food, water, whatever they needed for a while. This wasn't seen as just a matter of getting them out. It was getting them out so that they didn't spread it any further, but it was also seen as a mercy. You can go to be with your own new people now. And so Troy Rain became known as the Sorrows, and the fog, the mist still hung there. The legends carried on. But this is halfway down the River Roy, and so people still had to go through. And there is a trade that does still very slowly move through, of these pole boats, these shallow boats that go in the waters that through there. Nobody likes it. They try to get through as quickly as they can. They try not to attract the attention of the stone men, because if they touch you, if you go into the water, then there's a good chance you could catch grayscale. But trade slowly does carry on through that area. I told you earlier, we only see this once, for one chapter in A Song of Ice and Fire. And that's when Tyrion is on the Shy Maid, and he's there on this boat. He's been put there by Illyrio with this rather motley collection of people, and fun chapters as Tyrion heads down the Rhoyne towards Daenerys, but also trying to figure out who on earth these people are. And you get to this chapter where we get to the Sorrows, and he has now pretty much figured out what's going on. And as they're floating through it, clearly everybody's starting to get a little bit nervous going through it. Tyrion thinks to himself, this fog isn't normal. And they just sort of, the hush settles across them, and they go past this bridge, central bridge, the Bridge of not the Bridge of Sight, that's in Venice, the Bridge of Dream, and that is where there's a lot of stone men just standing there watching them go by. On the other side, Tyrion pretty much for the first time reveals how much he has figured out about who young Griff actually is, about who John Connington, or who old Griff actually is, John Connington. At which point this gets a little bit heated, but then they realise, hang on a minute, we passed that hand sticking out, the stone hand sticking out of the water before, and that spiral staircase. We passed all this, and that's the Bridge of Dream coming up ahead. And as they go past the Bridge of Dream, stone men jump down and start attacking them. Now, they managed to get rid of them. They managed to escape. John Connington, Tyrion actually rushes to the defense of young Griff, but he ends up in the water. He gets pulled out. John Connington pulls him out, and Tyrion is unconscious for quite some time, it would appear. When he wakes up, the crew members are understandably a bit concerned that he might have grayscale. Haldon Halfmeister, who is there, he sort of teaches him, you have to prick your fingers. If they bleed, if they hurt, you're okay. The time to worry is if they ever don't. But the person who does contract grayscale is John Connington, and that will have implications for the story going on further forward. Now, if you want more information about grayscale, I have talked about it here, but if you want a more detailed explanation, I've got a video on that over on the main channel if you want to go and check that one out. But what I'll do now, that's sort of the background to this place, to what is there. It's mysterious. We don't know exactly what's going on there. We passed through. Something weird happened that nobody can really explain. And there's no obvious reason why any of our characters would go back there, which makes it feel a little bit like, well, that was an odd encounter, but let's not worry about it. But there are a couple of things to note before we move on to my questions. The first one is that George R. R. Martin, he doesn't often come out to say all the things he wrote that haven't made it to the books, because there's a lot. He's a gardener writer, as he says, and what he means by that is that he will follow a train of thought down 2, 3, 4, 5 different chapters, writing it before deciding, actually, that doesn't work, I'll try something else, I'll try going down a different branch. One of the times that he's admitted that he's done that and he's written a chapter and then sort of rode back on it was here. He says he's got a whole chapter. He's got a whole Tyrion chapter where he meets the Shrouded Lord. He says it's spooky, it's magical, it's mysterious. But eventually he decided he wasn't going to include that. He felt that it was taking away from Tyrion's journey, a little bit too sort of magical for that. And so he put that in a drawer. And he's even said that maybe one day, after he's long gone, somebody will go through his drawers and pick out this and other writings that didn't make it into the books and publish it, and we will be able to read it, because he likes that. He says it was a swell chapter, he said, which is his way of saying he thought it was good, but it just didn't fit with the Tyrion's arc and the pace of the story. So that's the first thing. There was something else I was going to say, can't remember. So let's get on to grayscale, the spread of grayscale. I sort of mentioned this a moment ago. The other reason why this is important is that John Connington has grayscale and hasn't told anyone. Now, he has his own reasons for keeping these kinds of things secret, but what impact is this going to have? Well, firstly, on him, he knows that his time is now limited. He doesn't know how long. Could be months, could be a couple of years, could be weeks, but he's going to be in more of a rush. The person who is heading up this campaign, he's going to be in more of a rush than he might otherwise have been. He will be trying to push things forward faster. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that grayscale is very contagious, and for all of him wearing gloves and things like that, there will come a time at some point when he could pass it on to someone. And if he does that in somewhere like King's Landing, as it's starting to get a bit colder, as winter is coming, this could spread. And if it spreads somewhere in King's Landing, the densest population in all of the Seven Kingdoms, that could cause a huge amount of damage. So this little visit means a lot more than just that was a cool spooky incident on a story. It's an important beat in where this story is going to end up. So let's go to some questions. Corvus Kodak saying, "Good day, Robert, Dan, and all. My question is about contracting grayscale. Martin is open about having written an entire chapter about Tyrion," this is what I was talking about Tyrion meeting the Shrouded Lord, which he later scrapped. "How could Tyrion have made it out of the Sorrows without contracting grayscale? Illyrio isn't afraid of Serra's hands, but Jon Con seemingly contracted it from putting his hands into the water. I know we can chalk it up to magic, but in this world, magic has to be intentional." Okay, so interesting question. So first of all, doing the intentionality thing, intentionality and cost. So those are the two principles. There are lots of possible principles, but in terms of someday I will do a video on all of this. In this world, the magic seems to work. Generally, there are some exceptions, but generally speaking, there has to be some intentionality about it. You have to be trying to do magic. People don't just like walk down the road and then suddenly poof, some magic appears. So there needs to be some intentionality, and there needs to be a cost. Now, what I would suggest is going on here is that intentionality and cost happened when the original spell was cast, when Garin's curse, as it were, was uttered. That is the point at which we're looking for the intentionality, which I think was very clearly there. If the story is true, if he is calling down this curse on the Valyrians who destroyed his home city, then there's your intentionality. As for the cost, well, perhaps there's a cost to him. If he is the Shrouded Lord, say, if he is to contract grayscale and never know happiness again, whatever it is, that would be a personal cost. And also, his city would be partly destroyed already, it has to be said, by the Valyrians, but completely destroyed, and would never again come to the beauty it previously had. So the cost is definitely there, the intentionality is definitely there, which means I don't think we need to be looking for that but it's now just a communicable disease of some kind, of magical disease, but a communicable one. So we're not looking for intentionality and cost each single time it gets transmitted to a new person. So how could Jon Connington have contracted it by that and Tyrion not? Well, we don't know, is the short answer. George R. Martin likes there to be mystery about these things, so this isn't just him not telling us because he's not figured it out. I'm sure he knows, he just likes there to be a mystery about how these things work. And part of that will have character implications. We've already talked about the implication for Jon Connington. For Tyrion, him not getting it, but thinking perhaps he could. If you remember, he was on this journey himself of, he basically didn't have anything to live for at the beginning of Dance with Dragons. And his arc, and this is one of the things about perhaps that is important in not going down the route with that extra chapter, was that he comes to actually want to live because he's got some reason to be there. So that kind of like facing up to, here is a way I could have died and I didn't somehow, that adds to this character journey that he's on. So I think there's some character reasons why George R. Martin did that, as is just with normal communicable diseases in this world. You can't be 100% sure. Somebody caught it by the briefest of contacts. Somebody else somehow didn't, having been in contact with somebody who had that disease for a very long time. So these things do happen. I do wonder, having said all that as a kind of a preamble, I do wonder whether in that chapter which was abandoned, you get this, one of the legends about the Shrouded Lord is that if you meet the Shrouded Lord, if you can make him laugh, then he grants you a boon, a favour. I do wonder whether in the original draft that we haven't seen, whether Tyrion could have been granted the boon, the favour to not contract grayscale, and that would have been a part of his journey, is to decide, actually, I want to live, or I don't want to die this way, perhaps. that's I think quite an important step that he could have taken there. But in terms of what else, we've got it. How might he have done it without contracting grayscale? Maybe it just remains a mystery. And I think that's the way that George R. Martin has just ended up going with it. It's possible he might have Tyrion discover he has it much later, but would that be even more impactful if that's after the point where he's now got a purpose for living once more? Ranabin Mitra saying, salutations to Robert and to Dan the dog. Love to fellow Patreon members and the mods in the chat. Yeah, patrons, let's just pause here. Thank you for your support. I hugely appreciate that. We're coming towards the end of the year. We always get these kind of thoughts at the end of the year. It has been another really amazing year. I feel so blessed for your support during the year, so genuinely thank you. If you do want to support this channel, the best way to do that is through Patreon. Still, there's a link somewhere down in the description. George R. Martin chose to associate his world's greatest disease or plague, grayscale, with the Rhoyne. He even has developed an in-world legend fixing this disease's origin to the Sorrows, and tells us that this was caused by water magic. My question is, why? In a world with lots of examples of fire and ice magic, weapons made of or for fire and ice, why have this one unique disease be a product of water magic? Can you think of a metatextual reason for taking such a decision in this story? Are there any hints we can get from John Connington having grayscale in the south and Shireen having grayscale in the north that can help us understand why this disease is associated with water magic? Or is this all a red herring, and is Garin's legend related to water magic being just an Asozi legend with no semblance of actual truth about the disease? Well, so there's a lot there to unpack. Yes, this is a legend. This is 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years is a long time. So all of the details are probably not right. However, the story seems to have been around for long enough that we can probably say this was the start of grayscale. And it's easy to say grayscale wasn't there before that, and then something happened in the Sorrows, after which grayscale happened, and the Sorrows seems to be the epicenter of this. And clearly something magical has happened, because it has gone, well, for the story to have gained any traction in a Valyrian dominated world, then there must be some element of truth of, and then a whole load of Valyrians and dragons died, because the Valyrians wouldn't want that story out there. So I think we can be reasonably certain a whole load of Valyrians and dragons died. This was probably the start of grayscale, and something magical happened here, which is why we have the fog still being there, and people like Tyrion saying this isn't normal fog. So, and obviously what happened, we'll talk about the mysterious thing that happened there. This is a magical place. So we've got magic, we've got the start of grayscale, and we've got the death of lots of Valyrians. In my mind, the details might not all be right, but something like that definitely happened. So that's where I think we start. The grayscale in the north and grayscale in the south, I think, is quite interesting, because both of these in their own ways are connected with Targaryens. Or, well, Valyrians, Targaryens. The Shireen, do not forget, is 1/8, 16th, I'd have to do the maths, Targaryen, because her great-grandfather, I think it is, grandmother, sorry, was a Targaryen. So she is part Targaryen, and Stannis' claim lays partly on that. John Connington is connected with young Griff, person claiming to be Aegon VI, so there's another Targaryen thing going on there. Now, perhaps George R. R. Martin is showing us some kind of, this isn't a real Targaryen, because he didn't get it, but John Connington did. I don't know. I suspect not. I do think that there's a clear symmetry here between both the north and the south now having a threat from grayscale. And if both ends of the Seven Kingdoms start getting this threat at the same time, that mirrors the fact that there's going to be a threat from the others coming to the north and a threat from the dragons probably coming from the south. So what we may well find is we've got an outbreak of grayscale happening in both places where the original sort of big invaders, which are set up for the second half of the story, where they're going to be landing. And if you're wondering, well, does that the dragons do they count as being this is Dany returning home, etc.? This is the way that George R. Martin originally structured the book. Book 1 was the Civil War in Westeros. Book 2 was the dragon invasion. Book 3 is the Others invasion. So if this is set up so we get grayscale hitting where both of those two invasions happen, that seems more structural than just let's have a cool fantasy disease kind of thing. As for the water magic thing, I mean, one thing I've said several times, and I will do the big video on this at some point, I promise, magic, the way George R. Martin doesn't explain magic, he doesn't have this very clear, broken down list of how magic works. We try and categorize this and try and break it down into different types of magic. There's fire magic, there's ice magic, there's water magic. In reality, it seems more likely, I think, that they're all tapping into the same kind of thing. Now, maybe if you're believing through the gods might be doing different kinds of things, but to say that Melisandre using her fire magic is the same as the magician in Karth who's creating a ladder out of fire and climbing it, I would argue that those are different things. Melisandre would definitely argue that they're different things. When you get ice magic, yes, this seems very much focused in on the others, but then when you get what you're calling here water magic, this isn't just the Rhoynish. There was definitely some water magic going on there, but what about what's going on with the Ironborn? What about what went on with Hatchface? These also appear to be water magics of some kind. Then we get other kinds of magics that kind of drip in and out. What's going on with all of that oily black stone? What about the House of the Undying? There's lots of other bits of magic dotted about. So this is George R. R. Martin having a big and wide world, which has got lots of that. It's a magical world. It's got lots of magical elements that aren't just two things. He could have had a story with just fire magic and just ice magic, and then they're sort of fighting each other. But actually, he's got lots of different kinds of magic that appear to be interconnected in lots of different kinds of ways. And I think that's good. Personally, I think that works really well. What is, I think, noticeable is that this is spelled out in the most detail when we get to A Dance with Dragons. Yes, we've got grayscale as sort of mentioned as this sort of magical nasty degrees. We have a couple of sort of disease. We have a couple of examples of it earlier on, but it's in A Dance with Dragons that this really gets spelled out, and it's there. And the sister book, Feast for Crows, which is when George R. R. Martin expanded the story, and he didn't just expand the story; he expanded the world. So what he could have done was he could have kept the story really kind of tight and compact, but no, he introduces Fagon, young Griff. He builds Euron up into a much larger part, and we can see what's going on with Euron. He adds in new characters like the Dornish plot, Brienne as a POV character. We get a lot of this extra expansion of the world going on in those two books, and that I think was deliberate on his part. So this wasn't just a small story focused in on fire and ice magic. This is a huge interconnected world that has lots of different types of magic. Relax like a cat. saying, "Hi Robert, if grayscale becomes something akin to our recent pandemic, which aspects of it do you think George R. R. Martin will use in his story? Will tavern users have to buy a Scotch egg before they're permitted to buy grog? Keep up the great work. Your videos are much appreciated on my long commutes." Well, hello to you on your long commute. I don't think he's necessarily going to be inspired by contemporary events in the world. That doesn't seem to be where he mostly gets his inspiration from for this. He does, and holds his hands up, he does get a lot of his inspiration from history. So he will and has looked back through history for different plagues and things like that, and that seems to be where he's getting his inspiration from. Now, I've said before, I just wonder whether it's possible that he might have looked at the history of London, where you had the Great Plague in 1665, and then you had the Great Fire in 1666, and that was just horrific because everything's terrible. You've got a plague going on in your city, and then your city's burning down. Colloquial history, historians tend to say it's not this simple, but colloquial history has it that the fire itself burned out the plague, which was still lingering, but the last elements of it, the last few people, the last few places, rats, whatever it is that were the plague carriers, were burned out by the Great Fire. I do wonder whether he might take inspiration for that. If we have a burning of King's Landing, done a video on that as well, if we have a burning of King's Landing, might it follow a Great Plague of King's Landing? We've got bits in history of plagues. We've talked about this a lot. We've got a sort of a slowly beating drum of there is plague out here in the world. We have rumours of something happening in Yee. There's something that definitely happened in Pentos just a few decades ago. There's we know now a carrier of grayscale. So there's a lot going on that just makes you think he's going to make this worse for everyone, isn't he? It's like he's not content with there just being a civil war, or a civil war followed by a really bad winter. He's not content with all of that. He's also going to have ice zombies and dragons coming in, and there's going to be a plague going on at the same time. George R. R. Martin, The Winds of Winter is going to be dark, really quite grim. So I think this is just going to be a part of that and adding to the overall story. Frost 13. G'day Robert, g'day to you. I wanted to ask about the mysterious event that befalls the Shy Maid as it passes the Bridge of Dream. The two main theories I tend to see presented are that the boat looped around an island, this is the theory I find most convincing, or that some kind of time manipulation occurred. But it seems to me that there is another option, far more likely in my opinion than time manipulation, which is that the first bridge was a magical illusion, perhaps akin to a glamour, and the second bridge was just the real bridge. I still think the island theory is better supported, but do you think an illusory bridge is an explanation worth considering? It certainly feels to me like it fits with known magic systems better than some crazy time shenanigans. Okay, I have done a video on this if you want to go and have a look at it, but I will give you my headline views on what's going on here. So, as I mentioned towards the start of the video, the Shy Maid with Tyrion and co goes down, and there's a strong current in the River Rhine, which is taking them down through Troyrain, through the Sorrows, and they get through to the other side. They have this sort of argument after Tyrion basically says, "I know who you are," and then it's like, hang on, I've seen this before, and that. And then they come to the bridge again, and then the stone men jump down. So that's the outline of what's going on here. So this doesn't work. So the various answers we get is, you said, yeah, maybe this was just currents bringing them round. It's possible, absolutely possible. But I think there's a reasonable amount of doubt because we can get a degree of intentionality here. And what I mean by that is there were stone men listening in as they went under the bridge. And then you get this argument, and basically Tyrion's coming and saying, "You're a Valyrian. You're a Targaryen, aren't you? Admit it." That's the point at which the boat appears way back upstream. Now, nobody there, other than Yandri, the actual pole driver, who personally perhaps knows best, he kind of shrugs and says, Mother Royne does as Mother Royne wants. Nobody else thinks it's entirely possible that they just got caught going round in a loop. These are sensible people. We're not talking hysterical people. They're like, no, this is not the river was taking us down here. Yes, there's mist everywhere. It's quite hard to see exactly where we are, but we know how long roughly that took because we can read the argument. And then it's at the end of that argument, they've gone all the way back to way before, we're talking many pages earlier. Simply going around in a loop doesn't quite work, and it takes away from the idea that the stone men heard this. What is the curse at its very base? This is death and destruction to Valyrians. Most boats are allowed through. This boat, we hear, here's a Valyrian. What are they going to do? They're going to try and have at it. So they're going to bring this boat back in some way. Now, at a high level, I think I don't really mind if it gets revealed any of these ways work. The Royne, the magic, the Shrouded Lord used magic to make the Royne's waters and currents bring the boat back around to where it was before. That doesn't quite work very well, but okay, fine. The time travel thing, I understand why people are saying it, but this doesn't feel like time travel because there is a clear difference, is that there was a boat coming the other way. And that doesn't come the other way again. They're just passing through the same waters, but not back at that earlier point in time. So they're going through, this other boat passes by, they have a very brief conversation as they're sort of passing, ships in the night, that kind of idea. They're looking out for that boat because they're thinking, have we gone back in time? None of them say it like that, but they're looking out for the boat, and that boat does not appear again because that is just carried on. So what works better for me is that they are magically transported back. And they're magically transported back so the stone men get a second chance to attack them, because the first time they let them go, not knowing who was on board, now they know there's a Valyrian, so now they will attack. That is my overall view on it. You're asking a bit about time manipulation, so let's cover the magical illusion. I mean, it's possible, but you've got to ask, why would there be a magical illusion there that you're passing the same, not just the same one bridge, it's a whole stretch of water. They see the same things on the side. Everybody's freaked out. It's like they're going through the same stretch of water again. So the idea that it's an illusion, why would you possibly do an illusion there? You're not tricking anyone. There's nothing good. What do the stone men want? If anything, it's the curse wants to be killing Valyrians, but just putting up an illusion doesn't tell you whether there's Valyrians there. So that doesn't quite work for me. The time travel thing, I do like on a more meta level, not an actual this is time travel, but we get, I think it's a deliberate echo where we're told many times that the river it just goes in one way. They're moving this way because this is the way that the river flows. And then you get cut to Bran and Bloodraven. And Bloodraven is trying to explain the nature of time for humans and for weirwoods. And what he says is that for humans, it's like we're traveling on a river. We have to go along with the flow. For trees, for the weirwood trees, it's different. They don't see it as a river. They just They're living their whole life, and so time just happens all. It's as if time's all happening for them at the same moment in time. What matters to them are their roots in the soil and nutrients and things like that, not the passage of time. And so that is why you can see back through time through a weirwood tree. For the weirwood tree, it's all as one. It makes no difference. So I think at a kind of more meta level, George R. R. Martin is giving us this example of Tyrion here is being taken through time, but something has happened, which means that he is not literally but metaphorically going back in time. And George R. R. Martin has to start introducing this as an idea, because this is one of the things which is going to happen with Bran going on, is that Bran is going back in time. And Bran at the moment is just at the start of this journey. He can alter things, or he can go back into the past, alter things in very small ways. For example, he goes back through the weirwood tree at Winterfell, sees his father, calls out to him, and Ned's like, who's there? That is going to build up. Then we get the Hodor incident. That is showing us that you can, in some way, and we don't know exactly how it's going to operate in the books, but in some way you can go back in time and alter things in the future and create this kind of closed time loop. So what's that got to do with Tyrion? He is showing in a metaphorical way how our understanding of time passing here in this world, perhaps it just needs a little bit of a tweak. You can go back, and that is going to play out in the story in the future. Taylor Jones. Hello, Robert. Do you think the Sorrows, or perhaps more broadly the Rhoyne itself, is centre of water magic in Westeros, similar to how Valyria could be seen as the centre of fire magic, or Asshai and shadow magic, the heart of winter and ice magic? Similar to Valyria, it seems to be a congregation point for water magic users. I don't want to equate the giant turtles of the area with dragons, but they do seem to be unique and impressive water creatures. Could the destruction of this culture and the creation of the Sorrows be the reason why we don't see so many practitioners of water magic? Well, really interesting question. I said a little bit earlier, my general view is that we try and categorize these things as water magic and fire magic and shadow magic, and they, within the world, I think that's not exactly how it operates. So Melisandre sort of moves between fire and shadow stuff, and she even sort of seems to imply that she thinks they're one and the same, that the fire creates the shadows and that kind of thing. Now, similarly, water magic, there's lots of different types of water magic. We've got the water magic of Patchface, we've got the water magic of the Iron Islands, and here we've got the Rhoynish water magic. All that said, the water magic we read about from the creation of the Sorrows and just before, with those water mages able to shoot dragons out of the sky, that sounds very impressive stuff, and way above and beyond anything that we might get from I don't know, some of the other waterish kind of based magics that we see. So yes, I guess we could say that this is the sort of the heart, the hub of water magic, but I don't think it's the same thing as, say, for example, we might say the Isle of Faces is the heart or the hub of the Weirwood network. That does seem to be, that's where the center, as far as we can tell, this is where the greatest concentration of weirwood trees is, and its sort of connection in with that seems to be like the heartbeat of the Weirwood network, as far as we can tell. So that seems to be a different idea to fire magic being Valyria based. There was lots of fire magic at Valyria, but that doesn't mean it was the only fire magic, and it doesn't mean that fire magic requires Valyria in the same way that, say, the Weirwood network does perhaps require the Isle of Faces. And that, I have to say, we put a big caveat there. We've not been to the Isle of Faces, so we're still speculating a little bit on what's going on there. But that's our best understanding at the moment. So, is it the heart of it, it's probably the best expression we've got of pure water-based magic in this world, but I don't think it's sort of like the hub, if that makes sense. The turtles, and if you've kind of missed this, then there are giant turtles in the River Royne, and they are worshipped as expressions of Mother Royne. In fact, Tyrion does even see one of them, massive. And yes, you're right, they're not the same as dragons, but as a sort of an expression of what a magical creature, as they appear to be, associated with water as opposed to associated with fire. Yeah, I go with that completely. Well, Rickon says, hello, Robert. Apologies, this is a bit off topic of the Sorrows, but I've been wondering about why the descendants of Nymeria, the Martells, would be so determined to marry into the Targaryen family after the Dragon Lords of Valyria destroyed their civilization. Has time just distanced the crime, and cynical power plays have perhaps taken over? It feels a bit out of line, somewhat if the Bravosi wanted to cozy up to the Targaryens during their dragon days. I guess I'm wondering about water magic versus fire magic, and how Prince Garin's curse might have an outworking with Elia and Rhaegar's union. Unless the curse is only grayscale. If you can pull a sense out of incoherent thoughts, I would love to hear what your gut says about it. So, yeah, again, interesting questions. Just in terms of the practical side of these things, what happened when Nymeria came across to Dorne? That was 1,000 years ago, give or take. A millennium has passed. So we're well beyond kind of living memory, and we're into not quite the age of legend, but we're getting to that. These are stories from a long, long time ago. So I would personally suggest that those of Roynish descent are they will remember the Valyrians, obviously, and this has been tales told of where they came from, and you shouldn't underestimate the draw of the Royne to the Roynish people. There are certainly the orphans of the Greenblood River that they would go back. They consider themselves orphans because they are on a river that is not the Royne. They've recreated their original lifestyle as much as possible. They try to keep the culture as much as possible, but they're not there on the River Royne. So do not underestimate the willingness of those people to be looking back. In fact, Yandri seems to be somebody who's one of those orphans who's come over from Westeros. But the vast majority of the Roynish who came over to Dorne, they intermarried with the Dornish. In fact, the Dornish, there's not just one type of Dornish now. There's 3 ethnicities that are very clear: the salty Dornish, the sandy Dornish, and the stony Dornish, who look and sound a little bit different. So the link for the majority of the Dornish, for the majority of those with Roynish inheritance, is not just, this is my people who've stayed my people. They deliberately intermarried with the Dornish who were there, and so they've now got a new culture. It's only the minority who've stuck with the old Roynish culture. So that's probably the first thing. The second thing to say is the first few years of the Targaryens being in Westeros, there was endless warfare with Dorne, and this was asymmetric, is probably the best way of saying it. The Dornish fought back every single time. They gave as good as they got, but there was no equality in terms of the firepower. The 3 dragons could fly above, and they could just raise anywhere to the ground. And thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Dornish died in this unwillingness to subject themselves to the Targaryens. And even after the period with Aegon and his sister wives doing that, then you get a break. We get Tyrion the First, who invaded and attacked again, and you get the same cycle beginning once more. This is broken by a peace deal, and so that peace deal has brought Dorne in through marriage into the royal family, into the Targaryen royal family. That has brought Dorne in, and for a very long period of time, well over a century, there has been no war in Dorne, between Dorne and the Targaryens, between the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. Yes, there have been little rebellions and revolts and things like that, but it has brought peace and it has brought prosperity, and that is what I think they are trying to maintain. And so if you were an historian for the Dornish of the period of the Targaryens being in Westeros, what you would look back on and say, well, the change happened when we got ourselves married into the royal family. When we got ourselves actually tied in there, that's the point at which they stopped massacring us, basically. So the Dornish response is to how do we actually create the conditions for not being attacked by overwhelming force. And Doran Martell's particular opinion seems to be, although he never quite spells it out in exactly this way, that you ally yourself with the Targaryens, and that is how you bring about peace. The issue is sort of further exacerbated by the fact that the Lannisters came in and did horrendous things to the Martells. So Oberyn, as well as Doran, then are in a position where they can say, okay, we're not going to be buying into this new regime. Because the Martells could have. They could have said, okay, this is how we make sure that Dorne is okay, by sort of marrying into and buying into the regime, whoever sits on the Iron Throne. But there was no way on this planet that they would do that with the Lannisters. Because as for the second part of this, is the Garen's curse somehow, I can't remember the exact word you used, but sort of worked through or overrun by the marriage of Rhaegar and Elliot. So the marrying in of Rhoynish into the Targaryen Valyrian royal family. I don't think that is how the curse worked. The curse, as far as we can tell, was this one-off event that had longer-term implications. The one-off event destroyed that invading force. With the longer-term implications was the creation of Grayscale. I don't think that it sort of went on was sort of a curse on all of your houses, you Valyrians. That didn't seem to be how it was working. There might be, though we haven't got huge amounts of evidence on this, but there's a hint that maybe the element of the curse which is more Valyrian focused is the fact that most Valyrians would be would have a higher resistance to diseases and the like. This they do not appear to. So I hope that made sense of my sort of rambling, made sense of your thoughts. So friend, saying happy Wednesday, Robert. And to you, I'm recording this on the Wednesday, do you think there's a chance that George R.R. Martin intended to tie Tyrion Lannister into the mysterious missing chapter of Tyrion's? That somehow he contracted grayscale on his Valyria quest? Perhaps he's turning, but not lost full sense of who he is, and could have helped Tyrion with at least the earliest stages of accepting who he is, closure with regards to Tywin, etc. Or is that all too much, and also too soon for Tyrion's arc? Best wishes, warmest regards, and to you too. So the reason George R.R. Martin abandoned that chapter was for the sake of Tyrion's arc. It took him in a direction that he didn't want to go. The implication is it was going to take him in a too magic-y arc too soon. Tyrion is fundamentally is a very grounded, very cynical kind of person who, if you remember early on in book one, he's there talking about snarks and grumpkins and mocking the Night's Watch for any idea that there might be monsters beyond the wall. He's come a long way. He's now heard that there are dragons. He is obsessed with dragons, and so that is what is taking him forward. But the big point here is the point where he gets to at the end of A Dance with Dragons. This is his arc, which is it. That's when he actually sort of sees and experiences the idea of dragons. He has reached the point where the dragons are. So his arc through this is to get to the point where he does want to live, he does want to have this purpose, and that is connected in with dragons. So, could his uncle Geryon be somehow involved in that? Well, I've heard some people speculate to this. I'm not going to rule it out, but at the same time, I don't think we've got much evidence for it. So for those who don't know about Uncle Geryon, he was Tyrion's uncle. He was his favourite uncle. He was the laughy jokey Lannister, and he decided he was going to go and try and rescue the Lannister Valyrian steel sword, which had last been seen in Valyria, old Valyria. He heads off. We hear reports of him in Volantis, and he gets himself some slave sailors and heads on. That's the last we hear of him. This is not a mystery, in as much as everybody who's gone on to Valyria, forget about Euron, we've no idea the extent to which he's telling the truth. Everyone who's gone to Valyria with fleets, with armies, with a dragon, they don't return. So the fact that Geryon went to Valyria and didn't return that's not a mystery. Nobody in this world thinks that is a mystery. Might he have contracted grayscale? It's possible, but we've got no hints that was the case. So if he did, would he have gone all the way up to the Sorrows? Possibly. If he'd gone there, would he still be alive? Probably not, but it's not beyond the realms of possibility. So it's a hard one to say no to, but I don't think we've got huge amounts of evidence that this actually is the case. Let's put it that way. But the other question, in terms of the other element of this, that whether Geryon could have helped Tyrion with closure on certain elements of what's going on with his dad and the Tysha or anyone like that. Perhaps he could have, but those things are there with Tyrion, and they will stay with him for quite some time. I think, given this is chapter, 4 of Tyrion in The Dance with Dragons, that does seem to be a little bit early in that arc to be and now Tyrion's come to terms with all of this. He needs to go through quite a lot before he can get to the point of actually properly coming to terms with those kinds of big issues that he's wrestling with personally. So in terms of his arc, I don't think that really works. Also, Geryon isn't central to this. Who he needs to be talking to really are people like Jaime. He needs to come to terms with what Jaime did with Tysha, and he needs to come to some kind of terms about who he is in relation to the Lannister family. Is he going to go and properly, formally claim the Lord of Casterly Rock title? He is sort of saying to people, I am the rightful, but he's not done anything about that. Is he actually going to go ahead and do something about it? Not a live dragon. Pardon me, saying, hello Robert and Dan, I hope you are well. We are, thank you. I'm curious about the connection, if any, between the people who followed Nymeria from the Rhoyne to Dorne and those who remained along the Rhoyne during the days of the Valyrian Freehold. I know all this was long ago, but what is the sequence of events on the Rhoyne that led to the displacements of so many people and the Sorrows becoming what they are? Well, I think I've answered most of this already, if that's okay. I do want to just very briefly pick up, though, on those who got left behind, because as far as we can tell, the majority of people who were left from that culture went with Nymeria. Now, not everyone would have done. We don't have all of the details of this. We've literally just got 2 or 3 pages in The World of Ice and Fire giving us the proper background to this. But it's also clear that there are some people who still live up and down the Rhine. So they will have been the ones who are keeping that culture going. Not enough to re-establish proper cities, it has to be said, not enough to challenge the status quo, and probably not enough to be withstanding, in many cases, the Dothraki, at least those on the eastern shore. So the River Rhine is obviously a huge river, and it sort of goes north-south through Essos. And this creates a natural barrier to a lot of the Dothraki Sea. There are further up, there are ways across to get to places like Pentos, but for most of it, the reason why the free cities in the sort of the south and west are not generally being attacked by the Dothraki is that they're just hard to get at. You've got a massive river and you've got a huge mountain range, and that creates a natural border for the Dothraki Sea. So some survived, but not enough that they could actually sort of recreate the civilization that they had. Orion's Orcas saying, "Hi Robert, what happened to Prince Garin? Did he escape? I can't see him calling upon this great curse to become a casualty or to give grayscale to himself as well. Do you think he is the Shrouded Lord? It seems to be an extremely magical place in that world, minus dragons. Also, I don't think Tyrion going through there bodes well for him in the future, and Connington gets grayscale. It's a disaster waiting to happen for the coming books. What are your thoughts? Love to the moderators." Yeah, shout out again to the moderators. So, what did happen to Prince Garin? Well, we don't know, obviously, is the answer. I personally don't think that, given that he's lost everything, his people, his army, his city, I completely buy into the fact that he may well have been in the mind frame that he doesn't matter anymore. He just wants to get revenge, and if that costs him his life, that's fine. He's in this cage. We don't know how high the waters went. Perhaps he drowned. Who knows? But yes, there were the rumours that he survived, or he was raised from the grave, or a woman with cold lips kissed him and brought him back as the Shrouded Lord. Whatever it was, there are these persistent rumours. Personally, I quite like this idea. I think the hint from what George R. R. Martin was saying when he said Tyrion met the Shrouded Lord in this chapter that we've not read, and he says that it's spooky and magical and things like that, that does seem to imply that this isn't the boring answer, that this is just some pirates who are using the name of the Shrouded Lord to make everyone a little bit scared of them. So I think overall I would say that what I think is most likely is he died. What I want is for him to have been brought back in some way as the Shrouded Lord. Perhaps he didn't quite drown. Perhaps he did get grayscale. Perhaps the curse on him was for him to reach the point of almost being overtaken by it, but not quite. If he's shrouded, that implies that maybe he's trying to cover himself up in some way. The legend about you can get a boon from him if you can make him laugh seems to imply A, he's quite a serious fellow, but B, maybe laughing is a hard thing for him. Maybe this is such a challenge that he wouldn't normally laugh because the grayscale has taken over so much of who he is. So yeah, we don't know, but that's what I like to think. As for this not boding well, Tyrion and John Connington, disaster waiting to happen. Yeah, absolutely. So John Connington is is patient zero, and he's coming into King's Landing, and that is going to be a big problem. And this, incidentally, I mean, we talk about how this fits into the arc for Tyrion, and how having the extra chapter there probably wouldn't. It would slightly take away also, as well as from Tyrion's arc, it would take away from the John Connington arc as well, because the John Connington story depends on the fact that he does have grayscale, and if it turned out it was Tyrion and not him, or if Tyrion had this huge amazing adventure going on there, then what John Connington has had going on would seem less important. As it is, George R. Martin introduces this, and you can always tell if something is an important detail when it happens, like in the last sentence or so of a chapter. We get that he gets it. It sort of reveals to himself, to us through his eyes, his grayscale. Nick Jones saying, I've heard you talk about the time loop that Tyrion experiences while travelling through the Sorrows. It seems like a one-off event that we haven't seen in other locations or times. I was wondering what your working theory is for why it was important that Tyrion and his companions needed to re-experience their travel through the Sorrows. Is it purely to introduce grayscale to John Connington after the Stone Men attack, or some other more magical implication, or possibly another example of George R. Martin's love of fantasy horror? Do you see any future use of the Sorrows in the rest of A Song of Ice and Fire? Any reason for POV character to return? So then you're saying, lastly, working under the assumption that the resolution to the next long night will involve some sort of magical undoing, is there a chance that Garin's curse will be lifted and Mother Royan will eventually be returned to its previous glory? Okay, so a few different questions there. I think I covered off what happened with the time travel / being moved around thing for Tyrion and the Shy Maid. I would just sort of say is that, as a caveat to that, is that I think we could be tempted. Don't know whether that came through. The police car just went zooming past. We could be tempted to say, oh, it wasn't time travel, it's not that impressive. But if what we think happened is right, basically a teleporting of an entire boatload of people without them realizing it from one place to another place, that is also something that we haven't really experienced elsewhere. So whatever happened there, it is a unique thing, and it shows that the power that is there is much bigger than we sometimes give it credit for. It's not just the starting point for grayscale. There's something else going on there. Is there any chance of other POV characters returning? I don't see it personally. They would have to be people for this to be POV characters returning. It's not any of the Westerosi characters. They're staying where they are. Arya, when she leaves Braavos, is heading west to Westeros. That doesn't take it anywhere near there. Which leaves us with who have we got? Dany, Tyrion, Sir Barristan, and Victarion. So we've got 4 possible characters who are sort of to the east at the moment of that. My feel is that there's the only way this could possibly happen is in heading west, in Dany's army heading west. Now, my working assumption is that a lot of her army is going to be going in boats, probably from the Iron Fleet boats, and heading west from Slaver's Bay. There's more than a few hints they'll have to drop off at places like Volantis. But the Dothraki won't want to go miles out of their way down to the sort of the south and east just to get on boats and go on a hugely long journey, when they could just charge west and end up at Pentos, say. And let's not forget, we've already got one of the Tattered Prince who desperately wants to take Pentos. They could just head west, and they could go across the Dothraki Sea and keep going. We know that they got Khal Drogo. This is the very start of the book. Khal Drogo did go to Pentos. So the Dothraki have got a way across. I don't think that goes through the Sorrows. I also don't think that any of our POV characters will go with them, but that I think is probably the closest we will get. And once we've got some kind of resolution at the end with the Long Night and undoing magic that created the others, that kind of thing, might that also lift Garen's curse? They don't seem connected to me. I think that there is potentially a connection with the seasons. If the huge magical event that George R. Martin has sort of talked about obliquely, which preternatural event, rather than magical, technical difference, a preternatural event way back in time which put the seasons out of balance. If that was the bringing about of the others, then perhaps the undoing of that might bring the seasons back in balance. The Garen's curse appears to be immensely powerful, but not connected to the others in any way. And Nick Jones asking a follow-up question. It seems, or where do you think the river mages of the Royne fit into all of this? Are they a legacy of magic from eons ago that has since gone extinct? As magic is ramping up in the story, could we see a resurgence of this sort of magic? Well, yes, magic is ramping up across the story. When we get the dragons in particular, when they return, suddenly stuff happens, and we just hear these rumors going on that people are using the glass candles now. That fire mage who used to just be able to sort of create a small flicker of flame, they can now create these magnificent fire ladders and things like that. And I think my favourite is the Alchemists Guild in King's Landing, when in Book 2 in A Clash of Kings, Tyrion is there as acting hand, and they come up to him and say, we were just wondering, are there any dragons around? Because suddenly all of our fire type magic has become a lot easier, and we think that's probably because there are dragons around. So people get this sort of ambient level of magic has gone up, which means that more types of magic can happen and more powerful types of magic. In terms of sort of water magic practitioners, I don't think we're going to see any. That doesn't mean we won't. One of the things that I think we increasingly undervalue for the Winds of Winter is the chance for George R. R. Martin to give us some magic we simply don't know about. I think it's incredibly likely that we will have some magic that keeps us completely on the back foot and we go, what on earth was that about? You start off with just a few bits of magic in book 1, and then you get Melisandre doing things, and then it's like shadow babies. What on earth's going on with shadow babies? And then you get and also the ruby. Is that stopping her being poisoned? What about people like Beric being brought back from the dead? So each time we're just getting more and more of these different magical things going on that we didn't previously know were possible. So expect that in the Winds of Winter. Expect there to be magic that previously we didn't know about. Maybe that will be water magic. Who knows? Flame G saying, hello Robert, the past few months I've been listening at work to all of your live streams and I find them so enthralling. Well, thank you. This is my first ever question. Welcome. It's great to have you on board. In A Dance with Dragons, Tyrion sees pale leathery wings above him, but they disappear and it's never mentioned again. Could that be a hint that there's dragons inhabiting the Sorrows? If not, do you have any other idea what that could be? Yes, I mean, lots of people have speculated on this. It's a really good spot. Early on in that chapter where we're in the Sorrows, Tyrion hears the flap of leathery wings, and he sees an indistinct shape, but it's the mist, the fog is everywhere, he can't see it. And then we move on. The conversation's moved on. He doesn't seem to think about this again. He has, I mean, if you sort of search for pale leathery wings, this is how he thinks of dragons. So, and he does think, dragons have been on my mind even more and more recently. He is there being sent to look for dragons. He's going there to, he thinks, to meet Daenerys down at Volantis with her dragons. So that's what he's looking for. It should not be a surprise to us that in a moody, mystical place, he thinks he sees something that might be dragons. So that's the boring bit. That's the boring, is that he's looking for it. He doesn't know what's going on there. It's a spooky place. Here's this sort of crack of what sound like leathery dragon wings. That's the boring bit. Might it be an actual dragon? Well, I've heard some people speculate that maybe this was Balerion, who was ranging wide. I don't personally think so. George R. R. Martin has relatively recently, in connection with House of the Dragon, written in very strong terms about the fact that dragons do not roam, except in exceptional circumstances. And this is very important for his world building. He says, if dragons roamed, then the dragon would have died out in the Doom of Valyria, because they'd have just been all over the place. Dragons do not. They set up a nest, they set up a home, they range in that area, unless ridden there by their dragon rider or for some other significant reason. So this is a very long way. This is a very long way from Meereen. So I think, given George R. R. Martin's comments, we have to say, no, this is not going to be Balerion. Might it be another dragon? Might there be more dragons we don't know about? I mean, it's possible, but Troirain is a city, and a big city, but you would have thought that by now, if there were actual proper big dragons, somebody would have, the rumour of it would have started to spread. So again, my instinct is no. Maybe wyverns. We know they exist. We know that they've got leathery wings. It's possible that there are some there. Again, we don't know. We've not got anything. So all of this boils down to, there's a very clear and probably quite likely answer, which is Tyrion was looking for it. He was wanting this. This is what he was thinking about, and therefore he hears something strange, and that's what he interprets it as. George R. R. Martin does like the unreliable narrator idea. He is wanting to see dragons. So that's the boring thing, and there's probably some element of truth in that there, particularly given he doesn't think back to it and go, oh, I thought I nearly saw a dragon. If only it hadn't been so misty, if only that fog hadn't been there, I would have been able to see. He doesn't ever think back to it like that. He's looking forward to seeing a dragon, not back to a dragon he might have seen. And Tyrion is obsessed by dragons, so he would have thought back to it. So my general feel is there was something dragonish, a young wyvern flying overhead that happens to be there for whatever reason, and Tyrion's looking up and he hears it and he sort of vaguely sees a shape, and it gets him thinking of dragons. In terms of writing, George R. R. Martin writes chapters of his story as short stories. I've said this quite a lot over the years, but I think it always bears repeating, is that he doesn't just write, and here's another bit of the story. He sets up some kind of arc within every chapter. You can pick any chapter pretty much in A Song of Ice and Fire, and you can see the arc. There's some setup, there's often a challenge or obstruction. It is dealt with, you get some kind of resolution. That is where this is. And sometimes it's a very clear physical thing. Oh, we've got a problem, we need to get past it. Sometimes it's a more literary kind of thing. Here we have very early on in the chapter Tyrion thinking he sees a dragon but can't quite. It's not there. By the end of this chapter, and the most important kind of revelation that happens is him effectively pointing out who young Griff is, or is claiming to be the dragon. So that's in disguise. You can't quite see it, but he's kind of seeing through it. Nobody else seems to think that they see a dragon. So this is the kind of the literary arc we've got going on. The Tyrion here is the is that a dragon at the start? When we get towards the end, is this a dragon? And that is the thing, as I said earlier, the revelation of who young Griff was is the thing which triggers the attack from the Stone Men. 2 more questions to go. And this is moving on slightly from the Sorrows. Jay saying, "Hi Robert, been a minute. I hope I'm not too late." You got there in time. Weird comment, but have you ever looked at a map of the aquifers on the United States? Ogallala and the aquifer directly below it in the central US have a striking resemblance to Westeros. I wonder if George R. Martin has ever seen this. Hope you're well. I am. Thank you. Well, for those who don't know aquifers, I'm not an expert myself, but very broadly speaking, they're sort of these kind of natural underground reservoirs of sort of stone or other things that keep water under there, which can help sort of feed the water system across an area. So that's what we're looking at, and you can look. I wasn't aware of this, but I just, before this recording, I did have a quick look. And yes, you can see there is one of them that does look quite like Westeros, I have to say. Is this an inspiration for George Martin? I've certainly never heard him talk about this. If you take Westeros, though, if you put Ireland and the UK sort of upside down and smash them together, that's almost exactly the shape. And he has basically said, this is what we've got here. So I don't think there's anything in the aquifer thing. Sorry, I would love there to. Perhaps it was a sort of a subconscious thing for him. Perhaps one day he will admit that he saw that and thought, oh yeah, that's quite cool. But the reality is that this is Westeros as a whole. There are obviously some outlying regions like Dawn and the like, but the main chunk of it is geographically based on Britain and Ireland, sort of lumped together. Madeline Tyrell Dane saying, "Hi Robert, hope you're well. Out of all of the chapters in the Song of Ice and Fire books, which are your ultimate favourite chapters and why?" Well, I do like the chapter we've been talking about here a lot, I have to say. My favourite chapters, though, are the ones that I can come back to and find another layer. By which I mean, and I'll give you one example of one that I probably mentioned before, but it works really well for me, is you get Arya in Harrenhal, and the first time you read it's Arya running around, trying to figure out. She's dealing with Jack and Agar at the time. Roose Bolton is there. She's been sort of brought in to sort of help out there. And the level where you read it the first time, you know nothing. This is about her deciding who she should be using her 3 names for Jaqen. But then when you read it back, you see extra layers of what's going on. You see her talking to this Frey, who is bemoaning the fact that he was supposed to be marrying a princess, and now that's not going to happen. And why is that not going to happen? Because Robb has not gone through with the deal to be marrying a Frey. And actually, if we think back, that wasn't the only thing that got agreed there. We forget about the other things. Yes, Rob should be marrying a Frey was one of them. Arya was also going to marry a Frey, and she won't have known about this. But the plan was that she was going to be married off to a Frey, and she was a princess because Rob was the king, and so his sister would be a princess. She didn't for one second think of herself as a princess, but actually she's met the person who, if everything had gone differently, she might have been marrying. That's great. But then you get this sort of extra layer going on of what's going on with Roose Bolton, and you get all of the symbolism. They're going on a wolf hunt. He takes this ancient book and sort of flicks through it and then throws it in the fire. And these are the kinds of things where you look back and you go, this is him deciding to be betraying the Starks. Arya has not got the foggiest idea. Through the POV, she's not got the foggiest idea. On the second read, you probably haven't got all of the idea. It's only on the third read, once you've understood exactly what's going on and what Roose Bolton's like and where we are in that story at that moment in time, that's the moment when you start getting these extra layers coming on, and you're reading not the story that Arya herself is effectively telling through her POV, not the story that, if only she, she could understand these kind of things going on there, but the next level of what completely different characters are doing and why, that she had got no hope of understanding. So those are the kind of chapters that I really enjoy, the ones that operate on several different layers, and they often operate best when a character doesn't really know or doesn't really understand what's going on. The Cersei ones, I really enjoyed my last read through. Really enjoyed the Cersei chapters because she thinks she understands what's going on, but she doesn't really understand what's going on. We can, with our own understanding, go, "You're making a mistake there. What on earth are you doing here? That's not good." So her chapters are this. George R. R. Martin talks about the unreliable narrator. Her chapters are a wonderful example of that, not in the kind of classic I am trying to cheat the audience way, but in the I am here writing, and the attentive audience get more layers than the audience who are just taking it at face value. Okay, I think that is those are all of the questions that I've got from my patrons on this one. So if you watch these live or in the few days afterwards, next week is going to be, the Thursday will be the 18th, and I will be doing my annual Christmas charity live stream. So it will be me, and I will invite some guests along, and it'll be an open Q&A. I haven't chosen the charity yet, but I will get this set up nice and quick. It's probably going to be Alzheimer's research. It's a cause close to my own heart. It will be a live stream, but it'll be a charity live stream. So instead of being able to do super chats, you can donate to a worthy cause. So that's all coming up next week. That is all for this time. I will give another thank you to my patrons. Thank you hugely for all of your support throughout this year. Thank you, moderators. I know I'm not there live, but I know you've been doing a fantastic job again today, because you always do. If you are watching this back a little bit later on IGG Live, then appearing somewhere here is going to be a link to other live streams that I have done. Appearing somewhere around here is a link to my Patreon page. If you wish to support the channel, that is the best way to do so. Until then, take care everyone, and I'll see you again next time.